Happy Saturday. I'm going to attempt to stream a little bit of dev today. My laptop has not been behaving at all lately. No idea what's wrong with it. Some drivers or whatever. So if things are super crashy, I'll just do stuff off stream. But I figured it would be fun to at least try to do some drone stuff today. I kind of did this experiment and forgot about it. Let me see if it did anything. Not really. I put a bigger model together just to see if a bigger model would do anything. And yeah, it doesn't really seem to do very much. It's like a little better, but not really. Oh yeah, I have the chat off here. Let me fix that. There we are. Now things show up there. So, the crazy thing that's happened in the last day is the extent to which this article blew up. This was really cool to see. I mean, I've been just reading through all the different messages on this, and it's been pretty cool. I mean, this one has 318,000 views on it. I wasn't even gonna write this one, honestly, because I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Do I really need to do a general programming in ML thing? But like, it is kind of the core bread and butter of everything I do, so I figured that it would be useful for people, and apparently folks agreed. Welcome. Welcome. Why is the algorithm like this? Alright, so we are going to actually do a little bit of real work today. Just a little bit of real work. Wrong terminal. And we're going to hope that machine is stable today. I don't know how we got to a point where I can't get a new laptop that actually works, but here we are. We're going to work on drones today. I forgot if I had it building. Looks like it. Morning, Magic. What are we doing today? We're working on a like an all-in-one drone simulator that's going to be able to do a whole bunch of different tasks on different types of drones with the same policy. And it's going to be fast enough that you can run the policy on like an Arduino or a toaster if you want. Maybe not an Arduino, to be fair. You probably need like... Those are really, really slow, right? Arduino might be slower than some smart toasters, I don't know. Read the RL article yesterday, was pretty good, thank you. There's a lot of, really a lot of my best advice is in there. It's like, the language in that article is very simple, a lot of it, but if you actually look line by line, you'll find that there's quite a bit of information densely packed. Welcome, chicken. I suppose we are probably going to have some new people from X today because of the article. So yeah, I guess I didn't mention that in any of the articles, but I stream all my dev, pretty much all my dev. Sometimes it's like fast-paced and we're doing really cool stuff. Sometimes I'm kind of just hanging out and thinking about what I want to build next and such. But I do this for a few reasons. One, narrating my thoughts kind of helps me focus. And second of all, it allows me to kind of run support for Pufferlib and to help people to get involved with the project and help on all the open source stuff in real time. So it makes it just really easy overall. I usually have a much better streaming setup than this, but I'm traveling. So I'm doing the scuffed laptop setup on my crashy laptop. Hopefully it's stable enough. What are we learning today? We're working on, hang on, let me see if I can run the thing. It was actually drone swarm. Yeah, okay, so we have a sim. It has a whole bunch of different drones in it. And we are working on having one simulator that can race drones on arbitrary race courses, fly into specific formations, follow targets, basically do all sorts of different things. And also with different types of drones as well. Same neural net, same sim. That's what we're doing. Are you going to be at ICML? No, I will be at RLC though. RLC is in a few weeks. I still have to make the poster for that, but Pufferlib 2.0 was accepted to RLC, so I'll be presenting. What I did is I'm going to make the poster for Pufferlib 3.0 because it's pointless to put effort into making a poster on something outdated, but I'm not going to update the paper because I'm not going to submit like a camera ready that is a different paper from the one that was reviewed. But I will be there. I'll be handing out pufferfish stickers, and I'll be chatting with people. I'm trying to remember where I left this thing off. Yeah, I did use this one. Cool. Hello, Alexander. I've increased squared size to 22, and agent is not learning. What do you think I'm missing? Well, it's just really sparse. So like, you'd have to tune other things for that, basically. You're gonna need, you've taken a simple environment and you've actually made it hard when you do that. Because you have to luck into the sequence of 40 moves that gets you to the target randomly. Yeah, but the thing is, this is part of the article that you should read, right? So what happens when you increase size? All right, if you look at the problem, it's not any harder for you. You already know how to solve it. When you're training from scratch, you make the problem exponentially harder because now the agent has to luck into finding the target, and it has to luck into finding the target a few times, and then it has to credit assign back 40 steps. So it's very easy to build things that look easy because of your intuition, but what you have to do is you have to think about starting from scratch as a naive exploration problem. How hard is this? That's the trick. I think I mentioned stuff like this in this is in like all my best advice in one place. I gave you that information in that section. Pretty much everything that I can tell you is going to be in that guide in some form. So what I think I'm going to do from now on is I'm going to answer all these questions, but I'm also going to point people to where it is in the guide. Because it's the type of thing where all the information is there, but you're not going to draw the connections, I suppose, until you see it. Like you see it in practice in a couple places. I'm trying to remember where the heck I left off on this thing. Long way from lunar lander. It's too fun. I don't want to rush too fast. So here's the thing. If you're starting out, don't use one of the slow environments to learn. Like, don't use one of the very slow environments when you're learning, because it's gonna make the process of doing everything really painful. Like, use Snake. Sound is rippling. Well, it's not going to be as high quality as my other setup. I have a $200 audio setup here. I have a $1,000 audio setup there. I'm also streaming this from my bedroom with like a green screen, so it's a small echoey room. If anybody has better compressor settings, like go for it, but I can at least maybe move the mic a little closer. It'll be in the shot here. We'll move the puffer. We'll move the puffer. He likes to cover the camera. I mean, he likes to cover the microphone. And then I can probably mic it down just a little bit. Okay, yeah. I remember where we were now. I kind of got off track because I had like 4 or 5 meetings yesterday, as well as like all the release stuff with the article. So I sort of forgot what I was building with this, but we were working on getting the 2 different drone sims, the multi-agent swarming sim and the racing sim, together into the same sim without making a mess out of everything in the process. And I think I had just about gotten that to run. Hopefully this doesn't lag or crash stuff. We'll see. I tried to sweep. Take on learning fair enough in 2 weeks. It's going to depend dramatically on your starting point. If you're competent at low-level engineering, then you will be able to do the first several sections of my guide in 2 weeks, and you will be able to you'll be able to build something on the level of an arcade game and get it to train with RL in 2 weeks. Okay, so this lags the hell out of everything. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this on, I'm gonna commit this stuff and we're gonna try to put this on the bigger box so that I can have this not lag my local. Mildly inconvenient, but we'll do it this way. I don't super like doing it this way because I'm gonna have to sync constantly, and if like I crash that other machine, I'm gonna lose work because I'm not there in person. And let me go. I also don't know why this thing doesn't cache my credentials. It's supposed to. Hey Joseph, got a minute? Depends what do you want to what do you want? I actually don't even know where my token went. What the hell? That's annoying. Give me a clue to find some good hyperparams. If you're gonna scale the environment that up, you're probably gonna have to increase the batch size over whatever defaults I used. I don't exactly remember, but I think I used substantially smaller batch size because that task was like trivial. You've made it non-trivial. So you're gonna have to actually use like the big boy hyperparams. It's very easy to do things like this. Like you make a problem that looks easy to you, but if you actually think about it for 2 seconds from a first principles perspective instead of from, oh, it's easy for me, so it should be easy for the AI, right? Like you'll see why the thing doesn't make sense. All right, this puffer's kind of in my face. I'll let the microphone be in the frame. He can be up there. To sweep, try different batch size. It depends on the configuration. You can look at the defaults to see what gets swept. I don't actually remember. I think that if you have the batch size set to auto, but the BPT horizon is swept, then it does get swept. I also don't remember how I did the ob space for squared. Like, it may or may not make sense for that as you scale. Like, it wasn't intended to be scaled to that size. It was meant as like a really stupid, simple demo environment. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, actually. If you want to if you want to make it if you want to try to make it work on large boards, you can absolutely do that. You're gonna have to think about it though, right? Because you've changed the problem substantially. Okay, I gotta go grab my phone to verify GitHub. I don't know why it stops caching my credentials. Just randomly. Single agent observation doesn't tell me much. It probably needs to either know like delta 2. Like if I did it the way I do most things, which is just like a local crop, that's gonna be hard. Sweep.goal. I believe there's a maximize and a minimize option. Or there's a metric. It depends. There's a metric that's like the thing that the sweep tries to improve, and then there's a direction that tells you whether it's bigger or smaller. Get myself my token. I don't know why GitHub keeps making the authentication worse and worse. Super annoying. Okay. This. How's the RL coming today? Did you get the drone stuff done? Nope. I ended up having like 3 extra meetings, and that's about it. Okay. Okay, whatever. Now that works. Dev on the puffer box. This will be mildly annoying to render things, but we'll start with this at least. I really should just get the remote rendering to work at some point. What's the difference between num workers and batch size? So num workers is going to multiply the env num-ems or env num-agent setting. Num workers is the number of CPU cores that you're going to use to train. It's going to affect the batch size and also the simulation speed. This is a reasonable training time. Give it some logs on Neptune. Oh, hey Kevin, how's it going? Dang it, let me restart this container. Lovely. Pretty much every single tool I use, like every tool that I ever add, will always have at least one major issue with it. With Docker, it's dropping GPUs. There we go. For folks who just got here, we are working on training some drones today. I have a racing environment and I have a swarm environment that work separately. I'm trying to make like one environment and have just one policy that can do pretty much whatever it wants with the drone. VecNumEms. If VecNumEms is 8192, that's got to be for pi squared or something, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. That's saying that for... Is this pi squared or squared? Okay. You probably don't need quite that many. Probably I would do like... I usually do like numEms is 1024 and numWorkers is like 8. If you have an 8-core CPU. Okay, yeah, something is definitely wrong here. The fact that it's just capped on perf like this, right? Yeah, like look at this. So I must have just broken something, right? The episode length increasing. Out of bounds is super high. Recently discovered your work. It's great. Thank you. Yeah, I stream all my devs, so usually here just hanging out and building stuff. So this is not worth evaling. Self-studied 336. 336 did not exist when I was an undergrad there. I assume it's like language model stuff. Oh, is that the language model from Scratch course? I saw that. It looked kind of okay. It was sort of weird in some ways. It was like too high level in places and like too low level in others. It looked decent. Like the fact, I think that they go to Triton and don't actually have you do CUDA, which is kind of annoying, if I recall. Course didn't exist when I was an undergrad. CS231N is like a really good base for deep learning. But I mean, if you can do 336, then you should already know that stuff. Language model reinforcement learning, honestly, it's kind of like really baby mode reinforcement learning in the sense that like there's really not that much interesting or complex stuff happening in reinforcement learning for language models. And the thing that makes it hard is just everything is really slow. So it's kind of a tough space to be in if you don't just have tons of GPUs. What we're doing here lets us study a lot of different RL methods, and there's a lot more stuff going on in the research here, and it's cool that like we can actually do all this work very, very quickly without having to have a huge number of GPUs, which is why I'm doing things this way. So if you're interested in like RL more deeply, outside of just language models, I would definitely suggest looking at more general RL, because language models is like it's all the hype at the moment, but it's really one very small piece of what RL is going to be able to do. I don't even think language models are necessarily going to be the most impactful application of RL. Maybe, depends. Thanks, Eon. How to set batch size auto on sweep on any file? Yeah, so this is one of the annoying things. You have to just delete it from the default or comment it from the default. It's one of the things I'm not super happy with. Most of the stuff, not everything, there are things I can absolutely improve in Pufferlib, but a lot of the stuff like that where like, well, why is it that way? It's because the fix that people have proposed and all the possible fixes I've thought of for this are way worse than just having it be the way that it is. What did I break here? Batch size equals n. No, you comment the whole section, like the whole sweep.train. Wait, sweep.train. None of that syntax is correct. It's like sweep.train.batch size. And then you comment that block. That's interesting. What could possibly more impactful? What LMs, without LMs, what other sources of strong pre-trained prior to RL on? See, this is the bubble that most of AI is in right now. Is everyone's just thinking about LLMs? Like all of logistics, any fiddly optimization process where language models make no sense. Because if you think of a language model as like having a smart person look at the problem and try to solve it, there are a lot of fiddly, unintuitive problems where you just need to chug a whole bunch of data. Any sort of low fidelity control, and we're getting to do higher fidelity control, that's more of a simulation problem than a learning problem. There's so many problems outside of language models. Basically, all of Silicon Valley with language models at the moment is just we're racing to see who can build God first, and you know, we'll see if that actually works out. But I currently think 2-to-1. It's likely that LMs get stuck at a certain point. LMs alone, mind you. Yeah, except it's not going to be -1, -8. It's like, 65,000, 128,000, 256,000. It's probably going to be it's probably going to be like a uniform POW2. I think we literally have it in there, don't we? Okay, so here's mini batch size. Okay, so batch size is auto at the moment, and the way it works, so batch size gets set based on BPT horizon for you. Batch size is going to be equal to BPT T horizon times the total number of environments, or the total number of agents. So there you go. I set this thing to be the flag task, right? Did I like break the observations or something? Hmm. Hey Finn. Finn is one of the two authors of the original drone environment that I'm hacking on here. They did all the physics that drives me crazy. DroneLib updates to PR later? Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to fix a whole bunch of stuff for you guys. What about multi-turn RL stuff? So this is what I mean about RL being like, in LLMs being total baby mode, right? Multi-turn RL is the default in the entire rest of RL. Like multi-turn, how about like 1,000 turns or 10,000 turns, right? That's what we deal with by default all the time on one GPU. So it's like LLM, like the LLM people here are very slowly rediscovering like the extreme basics of what we do in reinforcement learning. And it's not just because it's like stupid, right? It's just because everything is so slow there that nothing works. Like nothing works, essentially. So like the capabilities you're seeing LLMs get out of reinforcement learning, it's a tiny, tiny fraction of what RL can do. If a param is not in PySpark, does it take it from default? Yes, it does. That is why those are called defaults. Hmm. I'm trying to think what could I have possibly broken this badly? Let's check it on the local real quick. We'll use the remote for running more experiments. I'm being a little bit dismissive, I suppose, Kevin, of some of the stuff in LLM, like some of the work in LMs at the moment. It's not that like people aren't doing good work. It's just kind of obnoxious to see people like it's like they're sort of rediscovering everything that we've been working on for like over a decade in reinforcement learning and like acting like it's all brand new stuff when it's just absolutely not. So I'm kind of pulling a little bit of a Schmidt-Huber here, but I mean, we actually have the stuff working like outside of LLMs, and it works very well now. And it's built on like a decade plus of work. It's the drone racing end, right? Where is this loop? Ah, I see. I just want to see if they control. Okay, they do control here. Why do they always go up? Isn't that weird? Can they go down? Have you explored many open-ended algorithms? There aren't any open-ended algorithms. It's a research branch. There aren't any actually open-ended algorithms. The goal of the branch is to create such algorithms. Also, so here there's actually a problem with a lot of open-ended learning as it's defined, because it's typically defined as like, hey, if we left this thing running for 10,000 years, would it continue to produce more and more interesting results, right? Well, the thing is, if you just write faster code, it's going to saturate faster, right? So like neural MMO, for instance, it keeps getting better over 12,000 years of gameplay. It's just that it's so fast that we're able to run that in 3 days. Like if I had this thing running at the speed of the rest of the field, Yeah, we could literally say that neural MMO is an open-ended system that continues to learn for like years and years of training, right? Why does policy gradients work at all? It seemed very non-obvious and non-intuitive. Compared to what? Like the derivation for getting gradients from reward, it's like a 5-line derivation, right? You mash random buttons, eventually you luck into some rewards, and you attempt to do credit assignment for which random buttons you mash got to which rewards. Can I ask dumb questions? We use RL. Well, yeah, of course. I must have totally broken something here, huh? Oh, here it is. I see it. I see it. It's right here. That was silly. It was on my screen the whole time. Accidentally copied like this snippet from the other environment that was single agent. Yeah. So open-ended learning is really cool, Brad, but like they've got to fix that, like they've got to patch that bug with it. And if you think about it, I mean, you can really think of a lot of my PhD as that. I just didn't frame it that way. For me, like the best RL environment that we can build for research is just a really fast MMO. And if you look at what I've done with Neural MMO 3 and you watch the agents on the website for a while, I mean, they're really good mechanically. They know how to kite enemies. They know how to estimate the difference. Like, they can estimate what foes are too strong for them. They can use tools. Like, they can go get an equipped items, armor. They can use consumables, all sorts of things. They can sell and buy things with each other on a global market. And, like, the policy can actually do all this. It's pretty crazy. How often do you stream? I stream pretty much all my dev, Kevin. So, like, usually I stream 6 days a week, except for the fact that I also have a bunch of random meetings scattered throughout and stuff, and I also, I mean, lately I've done so much stuff that I've been taking a little time off to recoup from all the stuff I've built recently. But it's generally anywhere from 30 to 70. I've probably done anywhere from 30 to 80 hours of streaming a week. Just like Monday through Saturday typically. Even with variance reduction, RL just seems so inherently noisy for any meaningfully high dimensional task. So here's a fun stat. So GPT-4 was trained on an estimated 13 trillion tokens, right? Tokens 4 bytes, so 50-ish, 52 terabytes of data. Yeah, we trained Neural MMO 3 on a petabyte of data, and that's if you're using the compressed form. Otherwise, it's like 6 petabytes of data on a single server. So we can just massively scale data. It's also not exactly reinforced anymore. Like, there's quite a bit of stuff now that makes it work, right? Generalized advantage estimation is very important. The clip term in PPO is very important. Some of our innovations that we've added on top of this are very important. So what did this thing just do? It learned something, but it doesn't look like it's doing a flag. It's weird. It's not out of bounds. Let's SCP this over. Hey, Bet. How's it going, man? Puffer. It's Puffer Max. J's bar is at Puffer Max 1. Could not resolve. Did I misspell it? Oh, I know what I did. I really need to just get the remote rendering thing to work. This has 256 on it. Oh, that's weird. $48 from the checkpoint. Hang on, I missed some messages. Should I do a RL PhD or go into industry? Just graduated undergrad. I only suggest that people who know that they want to do a PhD do PhDs. Probably the most interesting things now are either to try to be able to join like one of the bigger labs, one of the ones that actually moves at a decent pace, if you can get an offer there, and if not, would be to go join some cool startup that's doing literally anything other than making a GPT wrapper. Do you think the objective functions we define are the main problem? Achieving truly generalized intelligence? No, not really. It's mostly a bottleneck in the way that research is done because everything was too slow. It's pretty much like all the research in RL that was done in the last 10 years was essentially set up to fail because everything was too slow. We've fixed that now, but that still leaves us with 10 years worth of research to catch up on. Hey, Tetsuo. I thought you're bearish on LLMs. I give LLMs a 1 in 3 chance of solving everything. If that's considered bearish, then, like, sure. My main perspective here, Kevin, is everybody else is already doing LLMs. So, like, whatever's going to happen in that space is already going to happen. There are all these other interesting areas of AI where, like, LLMs have essentially brain drained all the talent from these areas. But it's not like these areas are not promising, right? Like, all the cool stuff happening in reinforcement learning is, like, all the stuff that's happening in reinforcement learning now is real and legit. Like, it's just that there was nobody doing this stuff correctly, and that's what I'm doing now myself. I don't know, everyone sees this C and is like, oh yeah, it's so hardcore, it's like the C. It's like, no, this is literally the easiest thing. I don't do this because it's hard, I do it because it's easy. RL needs a lot of work, needs lots of work. We pretty much have the whole plan now, honestly, for how to do this stuff. I'm taking a little bit of a break from doing the next wave of pure algorithm dev in order to build out Pufferlib as a company a little bit more. You know, and this needs to expand a little bit. We don't need to be huge, but I need to have like at least a decent size, like a decent little private lab. And then I know exactly how we're going to do it. It's pretty much what we've already done already, just applied on a slightly larger scale. We're going to go back through the last 7, 8 years worth of DeepMind stuff, go strip out all the fiddly bits that make stuff slow, figure out what actually helps, and then look at like off-policy learning, world modeling, and search, and figure out from these how we get a single RL algorithm where we can crank up the data and have it learn really, really fast without a ton of compute, or we can crank up the compute and have it learn really fast in terms of not using a lot of data in one algorithm. That's not a horrible mess. That's the goal. What did I mess up here? I thought that I'd fixed this. No? $900, that seems large. Error copying. This would be 512 size, wouldn't it? And 512x4. I didn't train 512 though. I trained 256. Oh, yeah, no, I think I know what happened, right? No? Did I just get this wrong? Whatever. Just do this, do this. And then we will do this. Still no? Oh no, here, because I have to do, yeah, I know how we'll do this. We'll just do puffer tank docker. That'll save me a step. Holy. Yeah, okay, so I might have slightly broken some stuff. This is really freaking cool looking, but this is not assembling into a flag. I think that for some reason I have them like, it looks like they move way too fast. So pretty much what I'm trying to do, and Tetsuo, this is what I'm trying to do at the moment. I made this demo where like drones could assemble themselves into a flag, they could assemble themselves into a sphere, they could follow targets. And we also have this other demo where drones can race through hoops. Like they can go through hoops and race. And we're gonna try to do one policy that can do all the tasks, like a tiny policy can do all the tasks, and also can do it with like different types of drones as well. So different weights, different sizes. And then we're gonna throw it on a real drone policy. And because it's going to be super robust, it should just zero-shot sim to real. That's going to be the goal. Yeah, this to me, this clearly looks like a dynamics bug, though. This looks like I broke something in the environment somehow. And that is what is causing this. That is my guess. Isn't there still an inherent ceiling? Even with the tricks on top of policy gradient value learning. Why would there be a ceiling? You have unlimited ground truth data. What's the input to drones? Scenes outward, or is it a list of... it's like deltas in positions. Delta positions, delta velocities, things like that. It only is seeing, it's seeing like 34 numbers, I believe, at the moment. It's not a ton of data. Now, obviously, when we go to throw this on a real drone, like, if we want to do more than just some cool aerial maneuvers, we'll have to do a bit of perception. But I figure we're going to be able to make a cool enough demo and get some sim to real. And then that'll get some people interested in wanting to work with us in this space. We're kind of just doing this for a bunch of different topics, like a bunch of different industries at the moment, is we're just like building out cool demos, trying to see if we can make RL useful in different spaces, and then generally looking for contracts in these areas. Also, for anybody, if you're interested in getting involved with the business side of Puffer, it's all bootstrapped and contract based. so we don't hire full-time. But if you have experience in another area and you think that we can make RL work in that area, the best way to get involved is to like build prototypes and help us find companies in these spaces that would be interested in applying RL to new problems. We cut you in on the contracts for those. That's generally how Pufferlib works. Holy, that is a lot of views on the X stream, more than normal. I guess the account got a lot bigger. You can't actually see the number of concurrent viewers on X, which is really obnoxious. But to whichever new folks are here, welcome. I do stream all of my RL dev and all of my research. Okay, so let's see why the drones are going in a crazy loop like this. It would have to be this thing, wouldn't it? It's like init drone. I didn't think I messed with that though. So this is the function that does all the randomizations. Cash was saying he learned RL in 2 weeks because of Pufferlib. Yeah, that did help quite a bit. The articles also have done very, very well. Like the articles are at like 250,000 views on one and 300 some odd thousand on the other. Carmack saying that the programming advice I gave was good advice was pretty cool. It's nice to see like other really good programmers saying yes, this is the way to do things, because it's very easy to sort of get gaslit by big industry into thinking that like the way that software is done there is the correct way to build software. But honestly, like the way a lot of software is built in big companies is just awful these days. There's no reason for it. It's just, I don't know, somehow best practice is worst practice. Efficient market hypothesis, my ass. I don't know. It's weird. Now, Carmack's awesome. I'm trying to see if I messed anything up in here. I don't think I did, because like all these things are relative scales, right? Like the base parameters are the same. So if I put in the initial size, it should give me the exact same parameters as before. Base arm length divided by... No, this is like all reasonable. How did you learn and figure out the right way of software and reinforcement learning? Lots and lots and lots of writing bad code and being very mad that the code was bad, for the most part. I tried things in a huge number of different styles. I did like a number of experiments on like different ways to build things that were really dumb, but like were important for learning. And like using Raylib actually helped quite a bit, because like the way that Raylib is built is really, really good. I mean, there are a few sources that have been good. Like the way that CleanRL does stuff is really good, but then people discount it because like, oh, it doesn't scale or whatever. Bullshit. Like Raylib is also really good, but it's also kind of like this natural problem where it makes sense to do stuff that way. So it's like a not so natural continuation of the way that other good things that I like are built. And then just like lots and lots of doing stuff in different ways and seeing all the problems. Try reducing it to one drone. The thing is that I've literally had this problem working, so it is a straight up bug, right? Like, I've had this working perfectly before, so the fact that it isn't means I've just straight up broken something. I don't think it's a learning problem. I think that somehow the motors are too fast. More than likely. Thoughts on exploration? Isn't that still unsolved? It's not that it's unsolved, it's that it's ill-posed. Like, honestly, pretty much everything under the branch of, pretty much all research under the branch of exploration in RL is wrong, and it's wrong at the abstract, because the problem they're posing doesn't make any sense. VODs archived anywhere? Yes, they're archived on YouTube. You can skip, if you see like short little 1 minute VODs or whatever, you can skip those. YouTube cuts the stream up like whenever there's an internet blip or something breaks. So, but generally you will see there are lots of like many like multi-hour VODs. It's going to be too much content to possibly watch, mind you, because I stream like anywhere from 30 to 80 hours of dev a week. Most weeks. I've been a little lazy this week. Kind of tired from all the stuff with 3.0 and the articles and like, business stuff and all that. I'm kind of just like building a few drone stuffs and a few drone things and having fun, like building out a bigger like user base for Puffer. At NeuralMMO. Yeah. I've thought about changing that handle, but I don't know what I would change it to. Would I just change it to like my J Suarez 5341? I don't know. I could just do that so I have the same handle and everything. Thoughts on Jax-based environments? Major nerd snipe. Do not do that. The reason that you don't do that is because it's like kind of okay for heavy physics. You should probably be doing something else at that point, but the problem with Jax-based environments is that you force yourself to write everything as array-based operations to run it on the GPU, when like you could just write arbitrary logic in C, not have to warp your mind into writing everything as a series of array operations, and have everything be significantly easier and just as fast. Jax for environments was a really, really dumb decision, and it was motivated by people like, it's crazy that researchers are willing to do array operation domain-specific language that looks like Python, rather than just use anything other than Python. Yeah, literally. Yaxine was doing that first. Just try the C. It's really, really basic C. Like, first course in systems undergrad, level C. We're not doing anything remotely smart at the moment. I promise you. What are the possibilities that, like, what's even the error surface of this? Like, is it not getting clamped or something? Yeah, it is getting clamped, right? Max velocity. Why are the drones this big, though? Isn't that kind of sketchy? Hang on. No. How does this make any sense? Okay, yeah, this is not what it should look like. The drones are like bigger than I would expect them to be. What's up, Bet? But you do a knit on the end. Okay, it doesn't need to be double knitted, that's dumb, right? But then wait. This is building. Yeah, the drones are too big. They're not supposed to be that big. Right? Where's the divisible visual arm length? We got rid of this. Did I get rid of this in the racing env? Did I just like forget what I was doing? Hang on. Okay, like this looks better. But I don't have tasks in here, right? Five. Rewards terminals. Okay, so I guess there are a few possible error sources I have not checked yet. I'm just gonna look for a 0 everywhere in here. It's gonna be a lot of them, but getting a lot of views on X. So the annoying thing about X is you can't see concurrent viewers anywhere. So I have no idea how many concurrent viewers it is versus just people scrolling through the timeline. I can see concurrent on Twitch and YouTube. We now have 14 on YouTube. Welcome everyone, and 2 on Twitch. Oh yeah, speaking of which, for new folks here, this is all open source. So like, you can just get involved with development right now. It's puffer.ai. Just click the Discord. We have a whole bunch of helpful people in there. For the YouTube folks who are new, you can follow me on X. I post all sorts of RL stuff there, including the new guides. The new guides are there first. They'll be on the website later. And if you want to help me for free, just star the repo. Gotta star the puffer. He eats stars. So the hypothesis here was that like I had accidentally not reset rewards or something, or not reset terminals. Like maybe I'd only did it for the first agent because this was originally a single agent environment, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Somehow the drones are just like super zippy fast. I don't think it would make any sense for this to be a learning bug, right? I mean, the render is not great, but that won't affect anything. This thing maybe? Did I test this with multi? Hang on, maybe I didn't test DroneLib with multi-agent. How experienced do you have to be to get involved? We literally have brand new programmers. It's just where you start off, right? It's like initially you start off by getting to the level where you can build a basic environment. Some of the basic ones actually end up being useful for research. And then the high end of experiences you can actually contribute to like the core infrastructure or the core research or stuff like that. There's applications work as well. I mean, there are a ton of different places that people can get involved depending on your background and what other things you know. Cash brought me here. All I did in RL was a segment in MIT MicroMasters. Well, we have a lot of content around here for people looking to get into it. Super zippy fast. Might cause it to hit the clamps when before it wasn't, which could break derivative. So I would be really surprised if it's a learning problem. Like, I think that something is different in the sim because this was a big refactor, right? I took two different sims and I merged the code together manually, and I think something is broken in the process. Hang on, so this should be fine because I pass a pointer to actions, but this is already offset correctly. So like it can't break because of that, I wouldn't think. Super weird. Let me just double check one more time that I didn't mess this up somehow. Because like, this is fine. Base arm length is 0.1. And then this one gets scaled. Mass arm squared. The rest gets scaled by mass arm length. It's fine. And then this gets scaled by average inertia delta. This gets scaled by drag. Yeah, so all these should be 1. And these should all literally be 1. Technically, they should be able to learn this even if they are zippy fast, right? Like, they don't have to... It's a continuous action space. They're allowed to go slower. Could I have messed up rewards or something instead? Maybe it's rewards. That's also possible. Like, I'm not setting the task correctly, maybe? But that was... Wait, reset agent. And you set the target. No, I am setting the target here. Wait, reset agent and set target. Yeah, this is fine. Why is Impala a bad architecture? So it's not. The thing is that when people say Impala, half it like they almost always just mean the neural net architecture. That architecture is slow, but it's fine. The thing is that the actual Impala paper is not just that architecture. The actual Impala paper has a bunch of additional algorithmic stuff, and the key of it all is vtrace. And vtrace on its own is not very good. I know this because I implemented it and I tested it. Kevin, it's literally like you go through the guide, you literally just start building cool environments and PRing stuff, and you work your way up to more complicated and interesting things. And if you have a like even a halfway decent programming background, you'll see that it's like shockingly quick to get to the point that you're actually doing things that are already useful. What do you think about RX Infer? Never heard of it. I have the Discord. Well, to be fair, we do have like quite a few people now at this point. But yeah, Bet has been around helping people for quite a while. He gives advice that's usually correct. Yeah. What in the heck? I hate it when I do this where I still think that the way that I did this originally was the right call, like to build a separate drone sim, because I didn't know how well the swarming stuff was going to work, and I didn't want to make a mess of the original sim before I knew that it would work. But man, it's annoying to have to merge two things like this. Are there ways to make one agent that is super good at a lot of environments? Yes, there are. Typically, what you do is it's better if you do lots of tasks instead of lots of environments, in the sense that like you keep the observation and action spaces relatively consistent, but you want them to do different things. Um, like we can just do that. It's not that hard. AIXI. No, what is that? What was the recent step change in RL that we now know how to do stuff? One, I made reinforcement learning like 1,000+ times faster, so we can just actually run all the experiments that we need to run very quickly. We have lots of environments to test stuff out on, and then there have been some algorithmic improvements that have generally made stuff a lot more stable, including in hyperparameter sweep tuning. But like, if you read the Puffing Up PPO article, which is linked by my new guide, like it has all the information. Like I literally outline all the key stuff that we've done in Pufferlib, and also all like the key relevant stuff in the literature. Fast environments to scale up. You don't even need to do sim to real in a lot of valuable problems, Kevin. Like, I don't understand what it is with Silicon Valley. It's like the only problems that exist to them are LLMs and robotics. Okay, there are a ton of things that are not LLMs and robotics. What's the key breakthrough for 1000x? It's kind of sad. Just stop writing really bad Python code and write really dumb, simple C. I'm only slightly simplifying. Like, yeah, we had to rewrite some key aspects of the reinforcement learning stack to not bottleneck you in the middle. Um, but it's like 2,000 total lines of code to just make the field work. And nobody did it for a decade. It's that simple. What's your opinion on XAI? Sounds cool. It looks like they're doing cool stuff with a relatively small team. You know, all the labs have a lot of money. They're spending more money on GPUs to catch up quickly, though, right? Like they have a small team, and they're spending more money on compute so that they can catch up more quickly because it's a newer lab. Other labs have a lead. I haven't read the new Ken Stanley paper yet. No, I need to at some point. And I do not have more energy than those guys, to be honest with you. There are definitely people who work harder than me these days. I'm like decent, like I'm pretty decent, but like I don't do it for months on end. I kind of like I'll do like a few weeks of really hard work at a time, and then like I go do like more moderate work and I think about stuff for a few weeks until I come up with the next thing to do. HNet? Hypernets? What? Honestly, Bet, the thing I gotta do at the moment, which is probably the most important, is I gotta just go find, when I go to Palo Alto, I gotta go get a PT so I can, like, fix my knee and fix my shoulder and, like, get my exercise routine back proper again. That's, like, the most important for me energy-wise. Yeah, I know. I know Yifei Joe? No, I don't. I don't think I do, at least. Thoughts on Muon? I'm gonna just read that as I'm gonna choose to read that as Joseph. Yeah, Muon's really good. It's in Pufferlib. Hierarchical network replaces tokenization with dynamic trunking. I'm not gonna have good comments for you on like random LLM research, right? I do not stay current with like whatever's happening on LLM development. It's too much stuff to follow. I only stay current on my exact area. Started his PhD at Berkeley and reasoning is now at XAI. His research is crazy. Sounds cool. I don't know. I chatted with a couple of the XAI guys last summer since I was in the area. The only thing I don't like is the Rust and TypeScript stack. I'll forgive the jacks because of the scale, but like, mess. What's your research area? The stuff you see me doing here. I do high performance reinforcement learning, not LLM reinforcement learning, right? Have you gotten into some defense applications in Pufferlib? Have you gotten in? Not yet, but that's like one of the things we can do with the drones, right? RL it is then. Can you tell me what I can build to just get an exposure of RL? So if you just go to my X account, it's like 25 plus pages. Actually, with all the other materials, it's probably like 40 pages worth of relatively easy to read content that will tell you exactly step by step how to get into all of this stuff and what to read and how to learn. Oh, does Kimmy use Muon? Yeah, Muon's pretty good. What in the heck did I do to this thing, man? Do I actually need to run it with one drone? It's literally not even set up for that now at this point. No, it kind of is, isn't it? Maybe I can just do it. What's this, 1024? Do you have a Google Doc of environments currently being built? Nope. We have the stuff that's on the website is like partially complete. You can ask around in the Discord as well. I'm building some cool stuff, rocket-based, and I'd love to run by you. If you're doing rockets plus RL, that is awesome, and that's like people who have experience in applications in other areas. That's the type of stuff we are the most interested to work with, like out of anything. It's also how you do business stuff with us. If you can like help us bring RL to a new area. Is using GPUs for RL more difficult because time steps are not necessarily independent and we can't easily parallelize everything? It is more difficult. It's not exactly for that reason that you mentioned. And yeah, we had to optimize everything. Like we care about overhead that is 1,000th of the amount of overhead that everybody else has to care about, if that makes sense, or less. So like if you go, we're losing half a second in between updates, doesn't matter, our updates take like a minute. No, we care about milliseconds. Kimmy showed Muon works better than Atom W. That's been known for a while though. Like, that's not new. Like, it literally, we did that for, we've done that for Pufferlib 3.0. We've had this in for months. What's your AGI timeline? I don't know, as soon as I finish building it. Right? So super weird. Did I mess with the observations in a way that would break it? Like this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I counted this very carefully though. What works better? A muon. Alright, I gotta actually read through this and figure out what the heck is going on, because I don't want to be stuck on this all day. This is like pretty silly. Why it's so incredibly difficult to learn in a physical environment. It's just that the sims are slow. That's literally it. I got the article, thanks you and SF right now. No, but I will be in Palo Alto from the 16th-ish until Reinforcement Learning Conf, and then I will be back after that conference in Palo Alto for a good chunk of the rest of the summer. I will take a few trips to SF, but I'm not going to take a ton of like individual meet trips up to SF. I will do meets in like Mountain View, Palo Alto, generally the surrounding area, and I will plan like a few like bookended days in SF as well. Contributions in other areas have to fit within Pufferlib, or are there other ways to exchange ideas? What do you mean by that? Like, the stuff we do is generally reinforcement learning, core infrastructure for reinforcement learning, core algorithm research, and then applications on a ton of different domains. We also do like high perf sim work. That's kind of our wheelhouse. Meta and OpenAI poaching, bro. It's just normal company stuff, man. There's not even any drama. That's just companies being companies. Where's the home gym background? I'm in Florida at the moment. I don't have... Well, actually, I do have home gym here. It's not as good of a one, but I do have one here. But it's not in my room, literally, unfortunately. Is it possible I'm like not resetting drone correctly? I'm just gonna like, wait, set target. Target. Wait, set target n of I. No, this is gonna be fine, right? Ah, screw it. We'll just do this real quick. I don't think that's gonna do anything. Other domains. Everyone contributing to Power Lab has to bench 225. No, but I do suggest that at least men do attempt to be able to do that because it is generally good for your health and you will feel better about a lot of things. I'm very sad that I can barely bench the bar right now because of my shoulder. Before I hurt my shoulder, I was doing like 210 for 10 cold. Is it reasonable to run PufferLib on an M2? You can do it, and it'll still run like, the simpler M's will still run 1 to 300,000 steps per second. It's just not going to be as good as a GPU, obviously. Welcome, Khan. PufferLib N for RL on math. You'd have to do it purely symbolically, right? You'd have to do, if you were to look at like whatever the syntaxes that are used for formal theorem provers, you might be able to do something like that. It's an area I've thought a little bit about, but not too much. Yeah, we do have a guy working on like a Turing machine env. It's kind of funny. Constrained integrals. It's pretty much the tokenization that's tricky, right? Like, I don't know how you tokenize it. Welcome, Kevin. I assume that's you again on Twitch. Okay, see, so this thing is actually, it's learning to not go out of bounds. It's mostly learning to not collide. It's not learning to get to the target somehow. Turing machine is hard. Yeah, no, I wouldn't suggest you try to solve stuff through Turing machines. For like integrals through Turing machines. That's ridiculous. But even like just generally coming up with a tokenization for that's kind of tough. I'm gonna count this manually because I don't know what else to do. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 13, 16, 19, 22, 5, 28. Yeah, 34. 34 obs. You just do abstract syntax tree? Maybe. How would you train an agent to play the game of 24? What game of 24? I don't know that. What GPUs most of my ML training work and experience of using RunPod? We do vast and hyperbolic when we rent stuff, but we mostly have our own GPUs. We have 20 4090s for Puffer. Recurring contributors do actually get access to our hardware for free, by the way. We do actually give some people access to our hardware to help with Pufferlib. Not brand new people who are just like, hey, I want to do something, can I get GPU access though? No, it's like, if you're actually building stuff and contributing, then you get some access. So box 6 is their bet, but guess what? It happened to arrive a few days after I left. So it's now in Maryland, and there is... Maybe I could get somebody to just unpack it and plug it in. Maybe. I don't know. Do I want to have somebody who doesn't know what they're doing do that? Not really, but if you're dying for another box, I can probably get somebody to do it. Like, the people who are there do not know what a GPU is, so... What the heck did I possibly break? Did I have to start going through a diff of this? No, it's not going to be a diffable, right? Let's try this. Let me see if it's something with the targeting. Yeah, I know, but this is what happens when I code stuff while I'm distracted. I was kind of doing the article stuff the meantime yesterday. Do you recommend Python, C, or C++ for my M? Definitely C, unless you have a very good reason to do something else. Sharp's doing RL and InfoSec. A lot of different interactions. I'd have to learn more about the space. We could probably do something pretty good for that, though. I don't know about that, Dan. Or Bet. It's like... You could RL over very short assembly programs without needing any sort of language understanding, I suppose. But not over, like, reading arbitrary source code. It's not a clear-cut slam dunk to me. It's like, yeah, maybe that's a good application. It's doing the same thing here, isn't it? It's the exact same thing as before, though. Exploitation. Yeah, well, if it depends on the domain, right? If you're talking about like short shellcode exploits, you might be able to RL over that type of a thing. It's an application. It's not a super easy application. There'd have to be like a sizable interest for me to want to do that stuff. Or we'd have to have somebody who really wanted to like spearhead it. But we need to understand, like, yeah, if you can build a fast enough sim, it will be able to do that type of stuff, maybe. I mean, heck, the students don't understand ASLR, right? Usually when you teach cybersec, you just turn that stuff off initially, at least. I don't know, shellcode is a, like, unintuitive fiddly optimization process, so probably. Take a look at the Discord gen chat. Yeah. Cool. What is this? Track. Oh, is this the this is the audio thing, right? Cool. That looks fun. This guy's actually doing some algorithm work for us, which is very nice. Algorithm work is very helpful. There are not that many people who are qualified to do it, but if you are, it's very helpful for us. What about the end? So many people to answer. Out of bounds stuff is fine. This is also fine. Yeah, the ob space is fine. None of these things are wrong. And none of these things are wrong. I don't have some dumb config, right? No, it's a reasonable config. Try to screw up the learning rate. I didn't. Away from the first frame. Drone set target. Hmm. I'm gonna go look at the old code from before I broke this and see how different this was. Holy stars! This is doing well. Okay. I think this was good here, right? Yeah, we still had it working when we had this, right? So if I just look at drone swarm. Hey, it's just nice to see this stuff finally starting to take off a little. I mean, this all happened pretty much as soon as we built something really good with 3.0, and I actually started spending some time telling people about it. Plus the educational material, it always does well. Hey, fair enough. I mean, there is not anybody I will back under my over myself on. If you're talking about purely on like how to advance the field. What's the philosophy on model size to use? Bigger models be better. So just by default, we just throw a 128 hidden dim LSTM plus whatever the encoder and decoder size is going to be for that. And then we scale it up if we can't solve the problem with a small model or if we see it being helpful. A lot of problems that you would think, oh yeah, we need big networks, they just solve with a really small model, Are there scaling laws for RL? Kind of. At the very least, it's pretty clear though that like you can use a lot more data for any given model size for RL. Okay, so this is all the same. Target. It's the same as well. Interested in what I messed with the step function and such. Okay, so reset's the same here, right? Yeah, reset, we're resetting spawn, velocity, omega, returnian, position. Yeah, this is all the same. And we can get rid of the, well, no, we need the init. Do we need this? Guess I don't really know. Leave that there for now. While I'm reading this, I'm gonna just try something silly. Like this. And see if that does anything different. Does protein include model size? So we've done a few things with that before. It's a little tricky to do, but yes, you can do that. So it's protein will sweep whatever you tell it to sweep. You can include model size if you want. It's one of the things I've been meaning to put more time into, really. That was kind of a cop-out answer before. Okay, this is reset, right? And then step. Move the target. We add this reward. Same logic. So, huh. We really haven't changed anything that should matter at all. We really haven't. Clearly something does. Let me use the restroom real quick and grab myself a new drink. And we will keep on figuring out what the heck is wrong. I'd really like to get the drone environment working reasonably today. That would just be a nice bit of progress. Yeah, before I do that, how is the Twitter doing? I'm curious if it's still doing any numbers. Oh yeah, tons of notifications it turns out. That's crazy. 13.3. Jeez. Crazy. All right. Wait, I forgot to ask, are you saying we should do all of RL and C? No. We've got PyTorch. So we actually, here, Kevin, we have both. Our main training code is in PyTorch, all right? So it's not like insane. But then we also have this. Oops, let me not do that because I need this tab. And then I do need to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Like I need a couple minutes to go do some things. But look. Puffernet.h, one file, 700 something lines. This implements all of the layers that we commonly use exactly the same way as they're done in PyTorch. So this is like an LSTM in C. It's less than 100 lines, right? It's like, I don't know, 60 lines or something. And we use this strictly for our web demos. So how do you run neural nets on the website, right? You can't just run PyTorch models there easily. This gets compiled to WebAssembly, and this runs in your browser. And we just load the weights in from the trained PyTorch models. We don't do training in C. But it kind of goes to show you that, like, you can sort of just do stuff like this. All right, be right back. Is there a limit to what you'd attempt to use Puffer to solve? Say something has a huge set of observations. You estimate if RL solved. So there are two questions there, right? There's, would you use Puffer, and would you use RL? So anything that's like the type of RL we deal with, like on policy stuff, there is not better RL software out there for anything. Like, oh, we need something that scales. You're going to start with Puffer anyways, because there's nothing that works that does scale. As for things that like are not good fits for RL, like are beyond the limitations of what we can reasonably do with a reasonable amount of time and effort, yeah, of course. right? It's a lot about the first principles of what do the observations look like for this? How hard does the problem feel from first principles exploration? That sort of a thing. So I definitely didn't break anything with this. This is all exactly the same as it was before. Something else. Let's try the initialization stuff. I don't know why my autocomplete's not working. Would you say RL agents are truly creative? Um, it's kind of irrelevant. It's like there's not a way to frame that question in a way that really makes any sense or is useful, or where the answer would be useful. It's like, oh, was it like creative to come up with move 37 or whatever, or did it just do like massive search? Like, it kind of doesn't matter because the result is it made move 37. And like, I can't even, that result doesn't make sense to me, and it's not going to make sense to anyone unless you're a very good Go player. Like, the one that made sense to me was like Dota, I think, more than anything made sense to me. What do you think about John Carmack's approach to RL in his recent presentation? I love Carmack and I love all the stuff that he does, but yeah, they're basically doing the opposite thing to me. And it's not that sample efficiency isn't important, it's just like they're doing it in a way that's going to make everything really hard on themselves. We're doing everything from the perspective of make everything really fast so you have a very quick dev cycle and you can run massive numbers of experiments. Then use your ability to run massive numbers of experiments to work on sample efficiency with actual extensive validation. This is the approach that I would suggest. Honestly, like what I'd love to see Carmack do, right, is use like his low-level game dev wizardry to make some ludicrously fast but actually complex, interesting game tasks for us to use to advance all of RL, right? Like, I'm sure Carmack could come take a look at Neural MMO3, right? Like my main thing. Look at Neural MMO3, and he could probably whip up a Neural MMO4 that would knock your socks off and would actually let us make some crazy RL breakthroughs. Hello, Kitu. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know if there would be one, Dan, because he's kind of like doing his own RL lab thing with Sutton. I also have nothing against Sutton. Like, of course, he's godfather of reinforcement learning, right? They're doing great work. It's just that the thing that I'm seeing as a bottleneck is just a very different way of approaching the field than has been done previously. I'm not telling people like never read Sutton and Bardo or never like think about sample efficiency. It's just not, the ordering and the priorities and things are completely wrong when most people are introduced to the field. See some of the replies, we're clearly seeing the way things. Yeah, but if you look at overall, the feedback on the article and stuff has been massively positive. Yeah, there are very few things like this, right? I want to do mass scale. Oh, I didn't do this. Let's see if this does anything different. I don't think it will, but maybe. PR'd some drone lib changes. I'm currently trying to figure out what I've broken, Finn, because the drone swarm is not fixing. I will absolutely take the physics upgrades as soon as I get this thing stable for you. I'm working on getting you guys like a really, really good sim that'll just zero shot sim to real everything. There's so many freaking it's like a huge stream of stuff on this. 13375. Actually gonna be at 5K, like, I mean 15K soon. That's ridiculous. 1.5K. You don't understand what I've done? What have you done? What? What do you want about that? Okay, yes, this was not it either. So it wasn't the randomization. Puffer. Much puffer. You were tagged as the puffer proselyte in the Discord, right? You're awarded your title. What do we do with this? Is there like a max? Yeah, I broke some stuff and I'm fixing it for you first, and then I will merge all that fin. I have to make sure I get it to reproduce the previous result first, and then I will be able to start merging the new things in. So I broke some crap. Anything else that would explain this? Does the drone racing one work? Yes, it does. It's a smaller one. Hang on. Oops. That's why it wasn't working. It wasn't active. You know, I am kind of suspicious actually that something else could have broken. Like before I did any of this, maybe. Well, yeah, we could also do the hover task. Yeah, if this one doesn't work, then there's definitely way more wrong. You know, instead of just sitting here while I should go through all these new messages. I'm doing this. I have to check that NAND thing for that guy at some point. I need to fix this first. What on earth would this be? It's failing hover. Hover is a very easy task. Am I going crazy here? What? What? Did I just, like, telepathy that? Like, what the heck? Oh, is it? No? I am so confused. Hang on. If task is task erase, else. Does anybody see the dumb thing I'm doing? How is that branch getting executed? And the perf went back down. Wait, what? Yeah, that's bizarro. Let me see if that was a fluke. Chess is at 1.5K. What are you doing, man? Like, something is very, very, very wrong if you're getting 1.5K SPS. Okay, I don't understand how this is better. Something is... Could something be messing with this task variable somehow? Is it just a fluke? Like... Okay, maybe this is just a fluke. That's... So it did learn to hover, like, once. And then it was unstable. Huh. Back to this. Let's make sure this is actually building. This is building, right? Yeah, this is building. Pseudo moves are regenerating the board. Why do you have that? There is this slight perf difference, which is weird. Maybe not. Minimum distance is less than 1. Well, the thing is, they are learning to not collide quite well, which is actually a harder problem than what I'm telling them to do. Flag. I don't know what's wrong, why I can't type. It is actually getting built, though. I mean, I wouldn't think any of this should matter. It's quite weird. Well, this is just going to be one of those slow days where I have to like put in the work to get this thing to actually simulate correctly. Most of the hard work in RL is making your sim actually be correct anyways. Yeah, so this is just initializing rings. This wouldn't matter. Let's just start going through this, see what I broke. Logging is fine. Oh, did I not finish debugging this? Hang on. Yeah, I didn't finish debugging this, man. Huh. Okay. Oops. I'd forgotten about that completely. That's totally it. See if we get nans in here. I thought we would get nans, but apparently we just don't. Dang, I thought that was gonna be it. Where's target? Target pause minus agent pause. No, this is good. These obs are good. Reward hasn't changed at all. Is knitting the drone mess with anything? No, this just sets scaling constants. It doesn't do anything else. This shouldn't mess with anything. Go see if I can find the commit from the flag. In case I messed with it. Okay, no, we did do 256. I hope for this person's sake that this is not the thing. I don't think it is. Because this looks fine to me, but it's happened before like this. Yeah, I don't think this is a bug either, but I'm just testing. Because I think this is a new person. Let's make sure that this is not a break. It doesn't look like this is it. It'd be pretty hard for this to be it. Like, without the undef, yeah. But unless something else is literally def, an R, a W, or like, nothing would ever def that. And obviously you should still test your code. Doesn't seem to be that though. So what the heck is wrong with this thing? This is like bizarre. That's super bizarre. I'm gonna try to see if I can do hover. Go back to that with our new fixes. It's just a stability thing. I doubt it's just a stability thing, but it wouldn't make sense for it to be. Oh yeah, I'll link you a review. I was trying to see why he was Alright, that's amusing. Yeah, so it still doesn't work just to hover. So that doesn't really make any sense to me why it would be like how, right? Hang on. If it can do wait, is this how I had the obs? Doesn't that look weird to me? That looks weird to me. Did I actually keep this way? Wait, clamp F. I'm confused about this. It's fine for this one. I don't think it's fine for this, right? Hey, Aditya. 88%. We've had that problem before. That's not new. Can they do the flag now? If I do that? Or is this just like randomness again? You should probably edit setup.py. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of things I need to do with our tooling, man. It seemed like that was just noise. And that the hover task, like, you can actually just solve it sometimes, I guess, which is weird. Yeah, I thought that would be it. That's so weird. And the training's not even stable, which is even weirder. Like, that sort of consistent instability usually means there's something very, very wrong. I thought there was just like a bad commit. It's weird. Where do we spawn the agents? No, it gets random spawn. It's fine. And then what? I'm honestly tempted at this point to just go revert. Yeah. I don't know what the hell I did. This is just what happens when I code when I'm distracted, I guess. I usually don't have bugs like that. That's ridiculous. Did this thing train? Okay, so it looks like it's already broken here, right? We'll let this run, but yeah, it looks like it's already broken here. If we go back even another commit. Thanks for the poker shout out. Yeah, I mean it's an awesome project, man. The thing is, I think that literally if we just have that environment running 1000x faster, like you would be able to strip out most of the disgusting reward hacks and stuff, and like it would get a lot more attention. It's just straight up, it's hard to actually optimize the thing properly, and you sort of just have to guess because you can't run enough experiments. It's just like the exact trap of classic RL work. It's tough. We would solve Sokoban really quickly. That would not be hard. I mean, we kind of already have, right? Like the tower climb game is kind of similar. Victory Road Solver. Like if you just had like 16,000 parallel environments instead of the 64 or 128 or however many you have, it would be a very different story. Mazes, yeah. And we solved that, right? It's just straight up scale, man. Slow M's not fun. Okay, this doesn't really do it either, I don't think. Slow M's. Even if you want stuff to work on slow M's, you don't do the research on slow M's. It's not how you make progress. If that were overwhelming. So there is a little bit of a sticking point, it looks like, around here. Oh, that's what that was? I never played StarCraft. Was never an RTS guy. It was around when StarCraft was super popular, man. It's just wasn't into RTS games. Okay, I guess we have to eval this policy now because if this doesn't train, something's off. This doesn't look like it trains, right? Yeah, it doesn't train. It's like a little better. Hey, Cash. Working on figuring out what's wrong with this drone simulation. Okay, so they're trying, but it's not even close, right? Oh no, wait, this is... No, this is it. This is the flag. It works. It works with 0.8 on the original task. Okay. Yeah, so 0.8 is actually correct then. See if this still works. This commit. Joining my master's program on data science. Do you have any tips for me? I just published a really large guide to ML, programming, reinforcement learning. I published a ton of educational material on X yesterday. It's been doing quite well. I would suggest reading that. Okay, we're gonna just backtest this. We're gonna backtest our way into making this thing work. You start the GitHub. It helps. It helps out quite a bit. This looks the same to me here, right? Maybe I just had the scales wrong. I don't know. There is definitely a bug of some type, but maybe. I mean, if this commit is good, then it's not that bad. I'm pretty much just gonna figure out what this is today. And solve chess in a day. I mean, I don't know. You could probably write a decent little chess engine in a day. Not sure. We'll do this first. Okay, this still works, so I'm confused. Yeah, this still works. So, there are a lot of rules. Okay, so the regression is apparently somehow in between these two. That's like a tiny commit, isn't it? Or did I do something really weird? Oh no, I know what I can do. No, I know what I can do. Okay. Hang on. Like this. Okay. Dang, it didn't pick it up in the diff, sadly. I can probably check the drone lib file or whatever. No? You can't? Yeah, it's unfortunate then. Oh wait, maybe this is still good. Maybe this is still good. How would you make a fast MMO sim for RL? Like this. It's my entire PhD. This thing runs like more than 10,000 times real time. We trained a model to play this game for 12,000 years on one server in like 3 days. This is not me playing. This is the neural net playing in my browser. You can see it knows how to equip items. It knows how to kite enemies for the most part. It knows how to run around and explore. It actually knows how to buy and sell things a little bit on the market. I actually think that I broke zoom out for some reason, Bet. I don't know how I did that, but I think that the zoom out of memory is the web version for some dumb reason. I can probably do it on local, right? Probably just a bigger policy. You know, different levels of players. Yeah, there's a leveling system. Here. You can see, like, there's quite a sizable game. New beverage. Yeah, you can. You can do that as well. I kind of don't want people PRing like random small features to Neural MMO 3-bet. What would you like in an improved MMO? More depth and more interaction and so on. You just have to program a bigger game is all, right? Well, it's more so bet that like neural MMO3 is actually a really useful benchmark for us. And if we're going to change it, we kind of want to make like a big change that's the new benchmark. So I think that most likely the next one will be when I get around to doing neural MMO4. So contributor beyond that level. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that takes kind of like everything I know to do that. Okay, so I mean, we know that I had domain randomized working. Really, the DT also doesn't help, huh? Maybe this is try some stuff here. Could just be some sim screw ups because I don't see anything else wrong with the logic. Yeah, we probably just did something dumb. 0, 2. Now this is not training at all. It's weird. Wouldn't train at all with. Maybe the racing one's too much. We can try it like this. That would make them zippy, wouldn't it? Could very well just be this. Yeah, this is learning more. Weird if out of bounds gets stuck at 0.7. It shouldn't. No, that's fine. Gamma's fine. Weird. See a bet. Interesting that this doesn't learn to not OOB. DT this way. We did train this before. It's totally screwing up, yeah. Oh, did my hang on, did my other fix get kept or no? Ah, hang on, maybe it's a combination of these. Yeah, that can't learn. We're gonna try this. Try this one. Yep, okay. That's a big difference. Now the question is, does perf actually fix as well? Or is it going to hover at the same area of point, like low sevens? No, it looks like it solves. Well, this was a really dumb way to spend an afternoon if this was the bug. I guess it was a combination of two things. which makes sense that it was layered like that. Two very, like, simple oversights, though, ultimately. Yeah, this solves. Okay, so the next thing is going to be to do the randomized one. I'm just going to make sure today, really all I want to do is make sure that we have a decent starting point for this stuff. And then I can pick this up, early next week. As soon as I know we have a decent starting point. We'll show a few cool demos, though, before I finish with work today. Because I think that this will look pretty cool. I don't know how it's going to do with the racing task. Because it's kind of like a weird thing to add into the same space, but meh. We'll see how that goes. That shouldn't be very hard. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do that'll give it more fine-grained control. Yeah, that'll give it more fine-grained control. Because now it can see both where the target is, like the direction, but it also, when it gets close, it can see a more fine-grained version of that when the number's getting to be too tiny. Interesting. Okay, so this does not train on all tasks. Let's assume that it's the racing task breaking stuff. And let's see what this does. Make sure I didn't undo this other change. Good. This should learn to not OOB. There we go. So at least initially, we'll see if it's stable, but it does learn to not OOB. And yeah, that looks like it's doing, that's reasonable stuff. Again, at least initially. We might have to resweep, we might have to do other things, but that's good perf. And I know 0.8 is the perf that you want, so I can just do, this is fine. And major, welcome. Okay, so this gets like 0.8, 0.82 or whatever, in like short order. I'll try with randomizing the parameters a little bit. And then we'll do the racing one next. What I'll do here is I'll try to, I'm going to try to finish stuff up early today because I really got to go get myself some exercise. Also have to answer some emails. But I want to at least get us a very cool drone demo today. So this is domain randomized multitask training minus the racing task. If this works, we'll just do standalone racing task. And we'll figure out anything wrong with that. Oh, you know what it task race. Oh, I know exactly what'll be wrong with that, to be fair. So that's not going to be a big deal. Is the new physics stuff in there? Not yet. It will be. I'll merge that in quite soon, don't worry. This thing is still going a little bit. That's crazy. 335K on this. Is it much better? The new physics I have not looked at yet. Oh, these guys are still alive. That's awesome. Hey, what if we put robots in pipes and like shoot them through pipes to deliver you stuff? It's funny. It's like miniature Hyperloop for delivery robots. Pretty much that, yeah, Major. It's a funny thing. I have no idea if it's practical, but it's cool. Alright, so this still pretty well works. Um, point 8 is about what you'd expect for working on this. Next thing, racing task. Okay, so where are my rings for this? Oh yeah, no, this actually works. It's not drawn. This is totally fine. Motor lag, did they? In the new physics? I will check that. That looks cool. Or sounds cool at least. Weird that it's not learning the OOB. Right? Yeah, so that didn't work at all. Cool. How is these? I don't understand how this just refuses to cache, like, literally anything. All right. Okay, so this is the mess that's happening here. Lots of big drones crashing into each other because they're too big, I guess. Let's try, a good thing I rendered that, actually. So I'm seeing if I make smaller drones, right? If that just solves it or not. It doesn't look like it does. I mean, they're just too big, right? Like these things. I guess that visually the rendering isn't quite matched. They're not actually quite as big as they're shown. They're still pretty big, but yeah. Heck, I think the collision checks though are the collision checks don't depend on the drone size except for the ones with the rings. So maybe this is not it. Okay, let's see what else it could be. Ah, I see. No, but if out of bounds, we should still be getting negative out of bounds, right? No collision penalty. Yeah, this should be very good. Can they see the rings? Yeah, they can see the rings. Yeah, the rings are big enough. They should be at least. Yeah, because I have the same thing in drone race, right? Yeah, I have the same thing. It works here. Ah, I see the problem. All the ring checks are going to be wrong. There we go. 3.2. Yeah, I know, we're kind of slacking, right? Not even 4 mil. Hey, Magider. Well, this is what I wanted to have, so, why is OOB going back up? I'm just not stable. This definitely does do something. Have a question? Yeah, shoot. I'm gonna do the domain randomization back in. See if that makes it better or worse. Should make it harder, but slightly more stable. But we'll see if that's the case. Either way, I think this is the last thing I want to do, is train this and see if it, well, one more thing after this, we'll say. One more thing after this. I don't know, balancing the racing task with the rest of them will be actually kind of tricky. Maybe we'll just check this policy and call it. It's going to be 13.5K by the end of the day. That's just ridiculous. Nearly doubled the account in a week. When we name the word policy, is it actually the step function? No. Policy is the neural network that is computing actions. It is taking in the observations and computing actions. The step function is the implementation of the environment logic that says, based on the actions given, this is what should happen in the environment. These are the observations, and this is the reward. Okay, well, we'll see what these guys are doing. Possible they're not really flying through the rings. We will see. It is more stable, so that's cool to see. 3 mil SPS? No, it's on the puffer box. It's probably like 1 million, like 1 point something million on a laptop. The one guy in Discord, yeah, that guy's got a tough situation. He's actually quite smart. Well, that's not the issue, because we can always give him SSH to a box, right? And you'll probably end up getting like, you would actually probably end up getting like 100,000 FPS even on a phone. Welcome, Siddharth. Yeah, so these guys aren't really doing much, it seems. Most likely there's just some bugs in the race logic specifically. Not a huge deal, we'll be able to fix that. But hey, at least we got the flag and things working again. So pretty much, I think at this point we're pretty close to just having everything working all in the same sim. So like we'll have the same policy, be able to run through these hoops versus do formations versus whatever else, and with different sized drones as well, big drones, small drones, all that. It'll be quite good. I think this will look really cool when we're done. All right, I do want to head out early today because I want to go get some exercise. I got some emails to answer, and I'm kind of just a bit tired from all the release stuff. Been going through so many freaking messages and so many meetings from the article. So for the folks tuning in, holy, we have 3,700 unique views on X. You never know how many of those are people scrolling by, but that's like crazy. So for all the people tuning in, thank you very much. This is all open source. So if you're interested in what you see here, I stream all my dev, usually Monday through Saturday. You want to help me out for free, start the repository right here. If you want to get involved with development, join the Discord. We have lots of people in here. I'll help you get started in addition to the articles. And of course, you can follow me on X for more content. Thank you, and I will be back probably on Monday.